Okay. This game. I still have 6 levels left, but there are actually 3 less that I'm worried about. So that's great. Let me find the one that I'm still worried about. That wasn't the one that I got stuck on last time. Because I actually kind of don't remember where it is. It's not here. It might be here, but I genuinely don't know if this warp is possible to reach. So it isn't here. And this one's finished. These two I know are still open, but I'm not worried about those anymore. One of them I pretty much, well, solved. And I don't know why it didn't work. Like I saw HF try the exact same thing and, well, I guess it wasn't the exact same thing, it probably just forgot to put the word there, and whatever. I'm considering that solved. Okay. Pretty sure there's nothing here. Right, I remember which level is missing. Oh no. I didn't want to remember that. Yeah, it's that one. It's actually in the first world. Seriously. I'm actually still missing one in the first hub. That's... Oh god. Okay. Um, so what was the problem here? What's the level name again? 2 tall walls, great. So the problem is that I need to get up there somehow. The 2 shafts are not symmetrical. However, I can't jump up here. Um, can I do something with bullet as push? If I can break the bullet as shoot, that's actually useful. However, I can absolutely do that. I can absolutely just do that, right? Ah, no, not quite. Because I need to open the wall. And I need the key to be push, and if I do both of those at the same time, I no longer have access to another is. Okay, so that doesn't quite work. But if I can manage to break... If I could manage to break... Bullet as shoot. I don't have access to... I can't get key out of here either. And I didn't save. Okay. Not quite there yet. Wait, yes I am. Man, I don't need another is. Okay, now that is the solution. I just need to stop being... There you go, there you go, there you go, and now you just take that. Right. No, wait, that's not a problem. I just forgot to save again. There you go. That honestly wasn't that bad. I just... Well, don't need to change my title, I guess. I still have 6 left. That's great. Well, I guess that saves me 1 trip of changing my title. Honestly, though, there was definitely a level that I would not have solved that easily in World 1. Like, I really mostly just solved it that quickly because I had, like, bullet as push, a recent level that required that. And there are quite a few of those in the later worlds that make use of that sort of technique. So, yeah. I just saw that, saw bullet push, and was like, okay. I guess I have that solved then. Anyway, New level, not a different version, just for some reason locked behind that other one. Okay. I guess it might conceptually be similar in that I do bullet this, stop or something. Yeah. So the obvious thing is just this, right? Oh god, I mean this just works. It's just kind of difficult to do. How do I? Okay, that would have made it. Okay, there you go. Do I need to change my title now? Okay, I think I need to change my title now. Alright, well, I guess that's one of them solved. Honestly, I probably shouldn't change my title because the three other ones aren't going to be that difficult, I think. Well, one definitely isn't, because that's just execution and I know how to solve that. Well, solve in many quotation marks, because I'm pretty sure that's not intended, but like, it works. Unless it doesn't, then it was patched in this version. HF was playing the previous version still, or an earlier version at least. So maybe that was patched. Oh well. Okay, so I think I've got this one. This warp should be 100% completed, right? I'm gonna have to go through all levels at some point anyway, just to see if there's any funnies I can make somewhere. And I'm gonna have to make a map of which ones have portal as warp, or something else being warp, anyway. Like this one, for example. I'm not sure if there's something else here. This one's kind of annoying. Because I have to do this every time. Twice now. Pretty sure there weren't any. No. And gate. Invert. Trail. Up, random music dying. I almost messed up. This one I don't remember. Alright, that's everything they're taken care of. Pretty sure I just checked this one. Guess I should check again just in case. But I do have everything here, right? Not gonna check every single warp yet. God damn it. Yeah, no, I'm not missing anything here. You actually need that for bonus? No, you get bonus at as the fourth word. Okay. You do need to beat all 4 main levels though, huh? Alright, I think I actually only have the 2 levels in there left in this first hub. And maybe that one, but I genuinely don't know if that's a different level. Because I don't think it's possible to get to. It's just weird that it's not. Like, it doesn't seem to count as a level, as a warp that I've entered. But I'll check that out after, once I start actually looking for any secrets that I might have missed. Alright, fine. This level. Mars. I genuinely don't know. Like, how have I not just... Oops. Done this at any point? Like, seriously? I just failed. There you go. Like, I can't believe this is the intended solution. But like, it literally just works. Also, genuinely, how did I just miss putting the is there? I don't even consider that. I don't know what I did. Like, how did I get stuck here? I'm kind of upset that I didn't look at this, like, that I didn't find this myself, but also, meh. I can't believe this is intended. I, I would be surprised if that was intended, but also I don't really know what else to do, so I don't know, maybe it's intended. It's not actually that difficult. It's just weird. And genuinely, how, like, why? How did I never do that? Am I stupid? Anyway. At this level, HF did not solve this one. However, I think I understood. I think I understood what the interaction at once here is. Oops. Um. Oh, actually, never mind. This doesn't work on a rock. Why does this not work on a rock? Okay, well then, never mind. This might be an um. This might be an. Maybe I didn't find the interaction at once. Well, I guess this is this level I'm gonna be stuck on then. How many levels do I have left now? It's this level. This level. The IMO level. The ice level. And what's the fourth one? Am I not missing a fourth one? Wait, what's the sixth level? Hold on, wait. My memory is not functioning again. It was the IMO level, the slide level, the ice level, this one, Mars, 2 walls. Oh, right, and the literally impossible one. Right, the literally impossible one. Of course. How could I forget? Okay, so I am at 4 levels left. Unless I miscounted, or no, unless there's more. Unless I missed something, or there's just more that unlocks. Okay, for the record, what I wanted to do is this, which actually makes this even more nonsensical, because why does this work, but this doesn't? And the actual thing that this accomplishes is that if you make it push, it moves by however many bullets you put there, which also highly questionable why that works, but whatever. And I wanted to use that to get... No, it wouldn't have even worked. Wait, why did I think it was the opposite? Hold on, this is not random, right? This is consistently always to the right. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. What the hell is happening? Okay, well, but for some reason this doesn't work on rock. Huh. Alright, well, I guess I'm stuck on this then. Never mind, I did not find the solution. I would still really like to. Hmm. I mean, okay. I can still make use of that. Just have to do it differently. Like that. And of course I die there. That makes sense. Uh, hmm. I need to save stuff. Right, fall. Also, music is dead again. Of course it is. There you go. I now have an and. I can do that, and now I have an and. I'll be right back. Alright. So I have an end now. Isn't that something? So my end goal is going to be rock is rock, and then to break the rock is rock. Best case scenario, both me and rock is down there. Both rock and I is down there. So the getting things stuck strat didn't really work out though. How do I what do I do instead, man? I mean, I can get an and out. That's the start, I guess. Can I repeat this process? Or can I make it so that only a single bullet leaves? So you can kind of remotely shoot from over here? Probably not, right? And this is bad, of course. Uh, aw. Okay, so that did not work at all. Quite unfortunate. Oh. It is really strange that this doesn't work, but it works on the pillar. Like that feels like it shouldn't be a thing. And I don't actually understand why it is a thing. Because now I'm doubting that bouncing inside the object is even what's happening here. But like, what else is supposed to be happening? Is the bounce hitbox different from the, well, kit hitbox? That'd be nonsense. Huh. I mean, I can still use this to remotely shoot. Sort of, kind of. Hmm. Uh, okay, well, question. Can I get a bloodstock from the bottom? Apparently not. Apparently that doesn't work. That's unfortunate because I kind of wanted to put it here then and then remotely break the Rockus Rock like that. Because if I make Rockus Rock here, then it's against the wall and I can't break it again. I guess what I might be able to do is this. Also, the music is dead again. How? When did that even happen? Right, I can't overlap them. Can't overlap them while they shoot. While they bounce. That makes sense. Hmm. I can't make this go so fast that it never activates the Rockus egg, right? Like if I hit the text with 2 bullets on the same frame. I don't know how I would do that, but if I did that, that would surely not be enough, right? Oh. Hmm. Can the music like survive now? Okay, no, I guess the music just actually can't play. Hmm. I'm mildly upset that this doesn't get stuck here. This doesn't make the bullet get stuck. That makes no sense. It doesn't feel like it should be a thing. Actually though, why did I push the defeat over there? Why did I do that? I guess because I needed to get rid of right? There you go. Right, because the rock is kind of just in the way. Because I would like to do this again now. But I can't because the rock is overlapping it. And has a bigger hitbox. But is that true? Is there really nothing I can do about that? Actually, wait. If I do this and instead make Raucous push. Doesn't really work. Just barely. It just barely doesn't work. And I don't think I can make it any, like, further down. It seems like the game really didn't want to do that. Either it's that, or that. There just aren't very many other outcomes. I haven't broken the defeat yet. As soon as I break the defeat, I feel like I can do a lot more. That is mildly upsetting that I'm not gonna get over the fact that getting things stuck in a bounce object does not work on rock. That makes absolutely zero sense and should not be a thing in my opinion. Why do they work differently? They should not work differently. mean, actually, though, I can still get rock out of here, can't I? And then I don't have a problem anymore. Pillars bounce. Yeah, just do this. There you go. Now I just actually have no problem anymore. Now I can just do what I wanted to do without the rock. Second one. There you go. Excuse me. It's the level title, but I guess I just agree with the level title. Excuse me? What the fuck was that? What the fuck? What? What? So against the wall it suddenly goes... Why is this suddenly working differently? Excuse me? Why? Still need one more. Genuinely, why? Like, this just feels like guessing obscure interactions in the engine. Which I'm not sure what I think. I don't know what my opinion on that is. In a puzzle game like this, I like actually just don't get what's happening. And it doesn't feel like it acts consistently whatsoever. which I guess is the bigger problem. Because genuinely, like, this should always do that. Why does it not do that? In some cases. No, why does it not do that against the wall? Oh, is it bouncing against the wall? No, because here it clearly just stops. By the way, it looks like it moves there in one frame. Which would mean that if I did that down there somehow, it should skip the rock as egg. Which I guess doesn't matter anymore because I can just get all of this text off the wall now, but like it just pushes it against the wall, as I would expect. However, if it already is against the wall, and I do it, then it suddenly... Why? That is... Whatever. It's... Whatever. I don't know if I agree with that interaction. I don't know if it's actually required. It happened. So I have to complain about it. What is that interaction? Anyway, so I just keep going, right? I just get the remaining text out of here. What is your problem now? I don't know. I guess I just do this. There you go. Wait. Yeah, like, this does not And this does work. I'm sorry. That is just not how this should work. I think that's just not how this should work. Anyway, I don't know. I don't like that interaction. Just gonna do that like 5 more times. I guess. I need the rock, right? I think that's all I need. I don't actually know what I'm gonna set up, but having all these words means that surely I'll be able to win with that, right? Da, 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 da. Up. Alright, now I can just make, I don't know. Now I can just win, right? Right? Surely I can just win now. So I want the rock down there, then rock is rock. So first of all, rock is bush. Really? Really? Are we serious right now? That rock has been there for quite a while. Please tell me I can get it out. God damn it. Oh no. How do I fix this? It should be fixable. I can do rock is here. There you go. Fixed it. Might be bad that I did this with the pillar as well now, but whatever, I'm sure it's fine. I don't think I even need the pillar anymore. I guess I kind of want to make rockets fall at some point. I can just make that though. Make rockets. Rock. No, I just went right. Yeah. Okay. That. Mixed feelings about that level. I kind of like the idea of I like the interaction of getting things stuck and then doing also making the bounce object push so that the stuck objects start pushing it. I do like that. I don't like all the nonsense that came out of that. The fact that the rock acts differently and that the direction changes when it's against the wall. Like, those two things make absolutely no sense. It getting stuck here, you kind of just happen to run into that. Like, you're gonna find that. That's not the problem. It not working on the rock. That, I feel like, is a problem. And then it just... I genuinely don't understand. Like, why is it acting differently on a wall compared to not on a wall? And then... I don't know. I like the idea, and that's where it stops. Alright, that's one more level done. I did have the right idea after all though, so I guess that's something. Alright, that leaves, I believe, 3 levels. Which would be the IMO level, the slip level, and the one that is, right, the impossible one. I should not leave the slip level for last, but I'm gonna leave the slip level for last because the other one is probably going to be easy. And I'm gonna stare the... I'm not sure if I should leave the IMO level for last either. That might be a bad idea as well. That might be a very bad idea. Where's the... There it is. So this level changed. It is no longer impossible. Uh, so that's something. The bullet is Taylor. Bullet is not Taylor. Used to be bullet is float. And apparently that made it impossible, so yay. That's pretty awesome. And I think the solution that I had and got stuck on at the end, I think that solution works now with this change, so hopefully I will no longer be stuck on this. Also, hi Otis, thanks for the raid. And bye, I guess. But yeah, I just need to remember how to do this now. So you just do this as a start. Do that. And do that. Oh. And now you pray to Anji. Come on. Perfect. The shoot needed to warp anywhere other than the bullet is for long enough for that to work. And now you break that. Now you just... Wait, what just happened? Oh, I got unlucky. There you go. And now you do that, which destroys the jellyfish there, which used to be impossible. And I mean, at this point, it's just free. You just do this a couple of times and then win. And then win, he says. And then when he says... Right, I needed the push because I wanted to do bullet as push. I remember. Actually, that's fine. Actually, no, that's everything but fine. Oh god, that's a nightmare what I just created. It's technically a possible nightmare, but I don't want that. And I guess that's what I use the second one for. You destroyed the wrong one. Please try again. Please try again. Please try again. Please try again. Thank you. This is also a nightmare. this is not any better. That's the best I can do, I think. That's also the exact opposite of what I want. Wait. Um, hold on. This is fine. This is perfectly fine. This is perfectly fine. There's nothing to worry about here. This is perfectly reasonable. I just need to find the correct rhythm. Any moment now. There's probably a better way to set this up, but this works. Even though it's actually a lot more annoying than I thought it would be. There you go. Cool, the level is no longer impossible and suddenly it's easy. Yeah, so I guess that's 2 levels left. And I think that's going to be the last time I update my stream title. Because I don't think I'm beating either of the remaining ones. I don't expect to beat them today anyway. Probably still gonna try for the next like 3 hours though. But yeah, this level was... I like the idea. I like the start of having multiple teleport points and just basically being able to remotely toggle your shot. That's pretty neat. A bit unfortunate that the level was literally impossible. And I spent like an hour or 2 on it. Maybe more. I don't know. I spent a good while on it. And yeah, it turns out it's not that difficult when it's actually possible. Hooray. There's gotta be a better way to set up what I did at the end though. That we're done, I guess. And I believe that should be everything here. Yep. And I just checked that I have everything here, but I guess I'll do it again. Yeah. So that leaves... Why is this not yellow, by the way? I never did bonus here. I just realized that I never did bonus here. That's something I can probably do. Right after I either do that or the one I'm much more worried about. This. I'm not even gonna start trying to solve that. Can I do bonus yet? Or is bonus not a thing I can make? Probably can't. Wait. Hold on, how do I... Quick question, is ice ice? No. But I can't make ice as kid because that is going to put me in a warp. I can fix that though. There you go, fixed it. Problem's gonna be... nothing. Nothing is going to be the problem. Beautiful. And... just gonna kill a bunch of kids. That's a sentence I just said. Okay, I only really care about not having ice. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Kinda needed a couple of kids up there. There you go. I guess I'm dealing with lag. Is this actually enough? First of all, I can't shoot right now. Can't shoot down right now. You thought I cleared this game? Well, you thought wrong. I beat the game. technically. But I'm definitely not done yet. I would really like to have less lag. Can I please have less lag? I need that. I need to remember to... Oh god. This is fine. Everything is fine. Just need to put all of these together. There you go. Okay. Now I have kids where I need them. The main problem is that I no longer have ice. That doesn't really matter though, because I might have had to split these up better. Because yeah, that's gonna... Can't easily get past this bullet chute. I have to get through that though. Okay. There you go. Actually, literally just do that. What am I doing? There you go. Fixed all my problems. Alright. That's bonus taken care of. And I don't want to look at back at I don't want to look at that level again. Level scares me. I haven't done bonus here yet. Ice on rock on flag is bonus. So I guess I start with... Well, I start by not starting here. But what can I do here? Yeah, not that. Start here, I guess. And then finally do this for like the 10th time. Even though 9 of the times were not necessary. I'm so going to just accidentally go into a warp at some point. Okay, now I have access to everything. Just don't enter any warps. What do I need? I need... Ah, no, that's fine. Portal needs to be ice, rock, and flag at the same time. Which I can do. Which I can just do. It's not a problem, actually. I just have to be careful. I should keep the portal as push. Don't do that. Should keep the portal as push. Do I have an is over here? Yes, okay. Then I have everything that I need. Just need to get it over here. There's the hole. the second is... actually an and is probably better than an is. Actually, that's so much easier. I didn't even need to do the double is construction. Just need to not mess it up. Not okay, actually. I'm not sure why the game's so laggy. I feel like there isn't that much happening. Okay. Do not touch any warp. Please don't touch any warp. Can I like not keep forgetting to save state? There. I am going to scream. It's just, I mean, I don't know what I expected. Of course there's 3 more levels. Of course there are 3 more levels. Of course these are going to be like entire subworlds. God damn it. Of course bonus is the 4th world. Which is the 8th world. Which is like... I don't know why I expected it to just give me bonus like every other bonus. Why would it do that? Okay, it better have given me... Okay, good. Alright, well my title is completely meaningless now. I have like 20 more levels left. Cool, I guess I can continue not doing IMO. And the water level. What am I even looking at? Yep, these definitely are just straight up more levels. That sure is an ocean of text. That is also just not push. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's just 6 more levels. 8 more levels. 12 more levels. And there's not. Eh. Hold on. I just want to look at all of them once. Alright, well I have like 14 more levels. Okay, well do I complete everything else though? Do I complete everything else though? The problem is I want to be rid of this level, wherever it was. Here. I want to be rid of this level before I do that. Because otherwise, yeah, I don't know. Gonna just pretend like I haven't seen that yet. That there's just 14 more levels. 12 more levels. Um... Okay. I was staring at this last time for like 3 hours and could not solve it. So I'm sure today is going to be much better. I still feel like water, like doing double text and then text the slip is the way to go. And the problem is that that just doesn't work. At least not the way I've used it. But how? How are there still... How are there still things I haven't found on this level? I was told that this level at least is not impossible. So that's something. Okay, so I'm still convinced that I have to make flag as fall while standing below flag. I am fairly convinced that that is the only way for me to win. Because the win here is just extremely blocked. And there are no words that can unblock it. So yeah, I don't think I can do anything about that. Wall to stop is also very blocked in, blocked off. There's just not much I can do there. Now I need some way to delay the flag falling, because it falls fairly quickly and I have to get there first. Can't really interact with anything while I'm here. So ideally, I would have text that bounces back and forth, specifically the word fall. And then make flag is fall like this. And then the flag bounces around, the fall bounces around, lowering the flag slowly. That sounds great in theory, but in practice it requires flag to touch something that is slip and also be slip itself. So really text is slip. And then have two text overlapping each other. Now as far as I know, the only way to get text to overlap itself, or for text to overlap another text, in this situation anyway, in this situation would be to basically do that and then turn water into text. Now the reason why that doesn't work, I mean, it does do what I wanted to do. The problem is that the word water is in there. So if I make flag is pull, flag is fall, I inevitably also make... Right, I can't actually land on this because it pushes me twice. Whatever I do, I inevitably make flag is water as well, which is going to destroy my flag. So either I need to make flag is flag, which I can't do, or I need a different word, a word other than water to be there, which I also can't do. Because if I don't use this water, the only other word that I have available, I guess slip. I do have slip available. If I could push slip onto fall. No, because I need text the slip. I need to make text the slip, so I can't have the text be part of... text is slip, I can't use for that. Which leaves flag, and I can't use flag for that, and that leaves water, and well, water is already on there. So this just can't work as far as I can tell. Like this strat just seems doomed. And there's nothing I can do about it that would fix it. But if I don't do If I don't do text the slip, I mean, how does this actually? Okay, this is interesting. I think that might just be it, right? This might be what I needed. This might just be what I needed. Yeah, that is what I needed. Okay. Okay, that is what I needed. Because now I can make... that. And I have beautiful water that has the incredible property of being very slippery. If I make text a slip. Okay. I think my problem... I mean, my problem was definitely that I'm pretty sure I thought that slip would fall against the text there and just stop. Also, I don't even get another text, so that was completely pointless. Alright, well, alright. That wasn't that bad after taking a bit to look at it again. But I think the interaction that text that is on slip pushes against text and doesn't stop. I think that interaction... Like, I thought I already checked that that is not how that works. But I mean, clearly it is how that works, so... And I feel like it makes sense that it works. I'm not sure it makes sense that... Actually, does it make sense? Slip just continues to slip. Hold on, wait, now I'm confused. Because in this level, if I do... Did it work the same way here? I mean, it must have, right? Ah, well. No, because here it doesn't do it. And I guess the difference here is that water is wet. I guess if water wasn't wet, it would do that. And that's the difference. And I think that might be why I thought that it didn't do what it clearly just did. Well, I mean, sure, solved it. Alright, that leaves one level, right? Am I just gonna pretend like I didn't see the 12 levels that just unlocked? Yes. I am absolutely going to pretend that's the case. And honestly, I kind of wish I hadn't seen the bonus unlocking stuff yet. It would have been nice if I was still thinking that it might only be one more level left. Because this level is potentially going to be a lot. And by a lot, I mean it is paint time. It is paint time. It is paint time. It is paint time. Here you go, there's paint. Did the music die? Apparently. So, how do I even begin? How does one even begin to tackle this? Okay, first of all, empty and kick is right. So all the facing rules on the right here refer to empty or Keke, and they are always facing right. Ice on boxes win. Keke on grass. I should maybe probably interact with stuff first. Okay, so nothing kills me. Nothing is defeat. Game is a little laggy, but that's fine. Should probably save state. I can't save state, I forgot. Should maybe jump from here. So, this is mildly annoying because it's so incredibly slow. Okay, so I can push things down and I can no longer interact with it. This tells me yeah, this tells me that this box is either on Keke or on water. It also tells me that none of these tiles, that's a perfect color for that. None of these tiles can be Keke or, yeah, none of these tiles can be Keke or water. This tile is either Keke or water. Now, what that tells, what does that say about this row, column? Empty facing bird, empty facing Keke, and Keke facing Keke, and Keke facing bird is bird. Oh god. Empty and Keke is right. Okay, bird and Keke is hide, which means bird and Keke are the only two things that I can't see. So this grid is filled with bird, Keke, and empty. And I have to find a way to push the box around without touching... Sorry. Wait, no. What I said initially was wrong. But let me fix that in a moment. Without getting it onto Keke. Specifically just Keke, because what I said earlier that it's either on Keke or water is nonsense. It's specifically on Keke, because water is visible. It's there. So this has to be Keke. So I know... there's one Keke here. And there's no Keke here. I guess this column is either filled with empty or bird. This one's empty or bird. Keke facing Keke, Keke facing... What are the rules involving Keke? Empty facing Keke. Keke facing Keke. And Keke facing bird. Okay, if Keke was facing Keke, it would be a bird. So this one cannot be a bird. So this one has to be empty. Now empty facing a bird or empty facing Keke. Okay. Empty facing bird and empty facing Keke would become bird, so it empty facing bird. So it can't be bird or Keke. So this one also has to be empty, because empty facing empty is not bird. And then it's facing water, so this is whatever. Doesn't that mean that whenever I have empty facing bird and empty facing Keke, sorry, this grid is filled with one of three types, bird, Keke, or empty. Is that wrong? No. Keke on grass and Keke above Keke is empty. I hadn't considered that rule yet. But no, actually. Keke facing Keke... Keke can only exist if it faces empty, right? I think so. Keke facing Keke. So if there was a Keke here, it would be facing Keke and would become a bird, and bird does not stop box. So it has to be facing empty. Now empty can't be facing bird, otherwise it would be bird. And if this was a bird, then Keke would be facing bird and would become bird itself. Good. So far so good. So this thing cannot be Keke either, because the same thing would happen. Empty would be facing Keke. Okay, so as soon as I have one empty, it propagates to the right. As soon as I have one Keke, it propagates to the right. Okay. Now what do I know about this tile? This tile is either empty or a bird. It cannot be Keke. It cannot be Keke, because if it was Keke, it would be above Keke and become empty. So this is either bird or empty. How does that propagate? If it is bird, actually, no. Let me finish this thought first. If it is empty, then empty can only be facing empty, so these two would also be empty. If it was bird, well, there are no rules involving bird, so then it would just be bird. And I know nothing else, I think. Okay. Keke above Keke is empty. Also means that this is the same. This is empty or bird. That's a beautiful bee. I should just do like a color dot. There you go. I know what the colors mean. So this is either empty or bird as well. Now, if it was bird, I know nothing else about it. If it was empty, I know that... Well, I know nothing really. Wait, what can be to the left of empty? Actually, no, I would know things. I would know things. I lied, I would know things. I would know that to the left of this bird, there cannot be a keke because it would turn into bird, and there cannot be an empty tile because it would turn into the bird. So this really means that if it's a bird, all of these are birds. If it is empty, all of these are empty. However, if it is bird, I know nothing about these tiles. It could be keke here. If this is bird, there could be keke here, which means there's empty on the right side. Okay, so empty propagates to the right and bird to the left is what I'm gathering from this. And same here. Like empty would be here. And okay, bird would be here, there, something. But I know nothing about this. Like it could be bird here. And like all of these could be bird. If this one's bird. All of these, well, it can't all be keke. Okay, different question. Can there be more than one keke in a row? If I had an additional keke here, if there was an additional Keke here, then that would mean that Keke faces to the right, so it cannot be facing Keke, and it cannot be facing bird, so this one's empty. Now empty cannot be facing bird, and empty cannot be facing Keke, so this has to be empty. And that means this has to be empty, so no, there cannot be another Keke. Which means, actually, these are all definitely birds. Okay. Now I don't know whether or not there is... Like, as far as I know, there might not even be a Keke in this row. I do not know whether or not it's required for there to be a Keke on every row. I know there's definitely only one Keke on every row. Unfortunately for me, there really is no way to confirm whether or not there is one Keke on every row. So that kind of makes this difficult to... makes it difficult to determine how big the problem is. Because I could assume that there's a Keke on every row. That would make some things... Well, I don't know what that would do. I really wish there was like a way for me to undo the hide without like immediately losing, just so I can see what actually happens. I guess that would defeat the point of figuring out that bird and Keke and empty propagate like this. But it would tell me whether or not a Keke is on every row, which, as far as I can tell, I have no way of knowing. Like, there's no way for me to know whether or not there's a Keke on every row. There could be. There could not be. All I know about the rows above and below is that Keke is not directly above or below the other Keke. That's the only thing I know. And that is the only thing I know. Well, I guess I know that there's no Keke at all above Keke, but I only know that because well, why do I know that? Well, because I pushed the box down there. I feel like it's important to know whether or not there's a cake on every row though. Maybe I don't need to be hung up on that so much, but it bothers me that there's no way for me to know. Hmm. I don't know. Okay, so what else do I have? What else do I have? I really just need to get it to the bottom. That's all I need. I need nothing else. As soon as I have um, as soon as I have a box on the bottom, I just win. The problem is there could be a cake here, 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 or here. And there could be a cake here. Now if there was a cake here, like I could just push it down here and then see if there's a cake here. If there is, then I know I need to go to the right and go down, but like that doesn't tell me anything. That's just a guessing game. There's no reason for me to assume anything at the moment. And everything is so slow. Of course you miss it again. My god, why? That's a bit annoying. Especially because I can't save state. Okay. So I can push it down here, and that's fine. And I can push it to the left. And it's still solid, so there's no kicker there. There can't be a kicker there. There could be a kicker there. Okay. So I know that this path is empty. The problem is on this row there could be a kicker on any of these three tiles. And while it's very likely for me that it isn't anywhere there, well, that doesn't guarantee anything. And I'm gonna have to do 5 of these, so really I just got lucky here. Oh my god, why? This is mildly annoying. There you go. Sorry, what? Was that not my goal? Am I stupid? I might be stupid. Why did I think that was my goal? Ice on boxes win. Oh. Because it is my goal. You just have to shoot away the box first. Okay, so. Eh. Now what? So if I push this down, okay, now I know that. This is the way I'm doing it is just a guessing game. I am fucking stupid. I missed the... Alright, well, let's see how lucky I am. I guess. Not very. And I have to do it again. Wow, okay, well, that was free. That was free RNG. Just have to get that, like, multiple times. Nope. Alright. Got lucky again. Up, cool. Up, cool. This is not working though. Like, this is too much random. Yes. There's no way for me to know. Yeah, there's just no way for me to know. Does it really is there some way for me to know how it propagates? Up and down? It really just isn't though, right? How am I supposed to have enough information to do this? And like, there effectively has to be a way to use two crates to determine the, maybe not the entire state of the board, but enough information to know. Well, no, you do need the entire state of the board, don't you? Because unless you have the entire state of the board, you wouldn't know where the kekers are, because you need to avoid the keker. And the keker on each row determines the state of the entire board. Unless there are rows without keker, then I don't care about the rows. But assuming that there are keker on every row, and again, just a completely arbitrary assumption, there might only be a random number of keker. There might be 3 keker. There's literally no way for me to know as far as I can tell. I find it very unlikely that there's only 3 keker, because that would mean that I found all 3 keker. It is more likely that there's a keker on every row. Maybe every other row, but there's no reason. No, because I've also had situations where I had 2 keker next to each other. Is there some way for me to glean more information? Okay, there's no keker there. just kick it there. How was that useful? It feels like the best I can do is just... It's just to guess. Can you say something about a rule? Oops. I'm not sure what you're gonna say. I don't know. Am I misunderstanding or just missing a rule? I think I'm forgetting what a rule means. Okay, well in that case, no. At least not yet. I'm not sure which rule I would be. I'm not sure which rule I would be misinterpreting. Right. Okay. I do know which rule I am misinterpreting. Um, yeah, that's something I wouldn't have wanted a hint on. Okay. Fine. The above rule applies to everything above and not just the tile above. I did indeed forget about that. And that probably does change some things, because now I can... Yeah. I'll be honest, that's definitely something I would have liked to remember on my own, but it's fine. Okay, so that means that having this Keke also means that there cannot be Keke down here. So this one is wrong. Beautiful. That one cannot be Keke, otherwise this one would be empty. Now that also means... What else does that mean? That does change quite a bit, I think. I'm not sure how much it changes actually. If I keep assuming that there's a one, how big is this grid actually? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 8 by 9. So there could be a kick on every row. And it would mean that there's one column that does not have a kicker on it. Because in one column there can only be one kicker. That's what this word really means. There can only be one kicker per column. And there can only be one kicker per row. So what does that mean for me? It means that there's no kicker in this plus shape here. That by itself, the way I've done that now, wouldn't be enough information, I think. Would it be? Well, yes it would be. Okay, because this now means that yeah, this is enough information then. Because there can't be any kicker here, and there can't be any kicker here, and there can't be any kicker here. Ah. Okay, and I guess I can just repeat that. Might have not been good to do it there. That might have been a mistake. Because I don't think... Like, I know these 2 columns are safe, but I still don't know any of these corners. Well, I'm sure it's going to be fine. Eh. You know, this is just... Yep. Of course. Okay, hold on, I think I can go back to the normal scene and have the game run a little bit better. So if I instead just do it like this. Yeah. Eh. And then that. Does this give me enough information? Why did I go there? This doesn't really give me enough information either though, does it? Because there could still be Keke anywhere outside these two. Like I know there's no Keke here. Problem is now I have to switch to this column and the only... Well, I have to get through any of these to do that, and there could be Keke in any of them as far as I know. How do I deal with that? And I can just guess. I guessed correctly. I feel like it seems rather unlikely that I would guess incorrectly here. What if I instead do that? Okay. And then that. Still hasn't given me enough information, has it? Because I know there's no Keke here. I still have to go through that one. God damn it, of course it's there. Why wouldn't it be? Oh. Hmm. That gave me enough information, but that's... Not sure if that ever always works. I don't really see why that would always work. Yeah. Well, that definitely didn't give me enough information. Could I have fixed that? Maybe. Of course. It really likes to do diagonals. I'm not sure if there's a reason for that. Like, that doesn't... None of these rules seem to suggest to me that it should do that. Is it always making diagonals? It's not, right? No. Also, that's... yay. Oh, come on. Oh my god. Thank you. Okay. Guess I'll take that. Um, not sure, not sure what I was trying there. Okay, if I make diagonals like that, maybe I should open paint again. I did like, this. So I know there's nothing here. I guess if I were to push this box here, or really just figure out which, yeah, if I just figure out where the kicker here is, that would work. It's back to being extremely slow. Alright, well, it's nowhere there. It's there. Wait, no, that's bad. Hold on. Okay, so that was not good. What do I know now? I know the box is here, so this isn't. Uh, these tiles are safe to traverse. It's just generally bad if... How do I get around? How do I get around that? If I had done... down here and immediately hit a Keker, there's nothing I can do about that. Then the only information I would have had is that these aren't Keker. Now if I take the next box down here and this is Keker, then that would be fine. That gives me enough information. Now if this is not Keker, then I can check all of these. If none of these are Keker, well, if any of these are Keker, then I win, because then I know that these aren't Keker and I can just go here. Now if none of these are Keker, then I could go around here and check this tile. If this is Keker, then I know this is safe. Wait, no, I know. Yeah. If this one is Keker, then I know this is safe and I can just go around here. This is fine only because I found Keker on the first row and can go and know that all of this is safe. So finding Keker on the first one is actually good. But wait, I can just guarantee that I find Keker on the first one, right? I can just check all of these and do what I just did there. So the only edge case would be here. If Keker is here, then how do I check this? I know that Keker isn't here. If I put the box down here and get Keker here. Well, if I get Keker on any of these tiles, I'm good. If I don't, then I know that Keker is here, so I can just do the next check down here. If none of these are Keker, I know it's here, and then I can continue that forward until, well, at some point it's extremely unlikely that I'm not going to find Keker. And the same thing applies the other way around. Okay, so this should Um, that should solve it, right? Except for this one, I just have to get lucky now. And I didn't. Why would I? Alright. Of course it starts in a corner. Okay. Did I really just leave the center platform? Can do that. Okay. Everything's fine. I almost pressed R to get back. No. One day I'll become good at platforming. Actually, wait, this doesn't matter. Okay. So it should be here. Okay. So if I didn't make a mistake there, then the safe path should be here. Okay. Okay. They are going to be in a diagonal line, aren't they? No. Alright, it's just two more. Stop starting in the corner. Ah. Hmm. 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 Oh, come on. I do see that the height rule is gone, so there just aren't any kicker. But okay, honestly, that level was significantly less bad than I expected after what Dartsin said. I did get extremely hung up on the above rule being, yeah. That would have probably gotten me for a while. But also forgetting the rules is just kind of part of the game. Like, that's definitely. definitely part of the game. Though I do want to say that above acting different, like above being the one rule that acts at a distance, kind of throws me off. Like phasing doesn't do that. Okay, reconnected. Thanks for that, OBS. Is that back? That seems to be back. Anyway, all I'm saying is that misinterpreting above to mean, well, above, directly above and not anywhere above is definitely entirely on me. And I should have known better, but it also throws me off every single time. Like, above acting entirely, like anywhere above, is so incredibly unintuitive to me. Anyway, that level was honestly fine. I like that level. It took me significantly less time than I expected. And most of that time was spent not understanding the above rule or forgetting how the above rule works, which is slightly unfortunate, but hey, got there eventually. Now, I do kinda wish I hadn't already done the bonus here, because that would have definitely been better after that level. But unfortunately, I did already do the bonus, so I did see that there are 12 more levels that I have left now. So I started with 6 levels left, and now I have 12 levels left. Well, I don't know, since this went by much quicker than I expected, I guess I will actually start this. Huh. You can do that? Apparently you can do that. Dodge. What am I looking at here? Bullet is not shoot. What? Oh, bullet is shoot. Music is dead. Can I please have my music back? Can I have my music back? No? Um, okay, there you go. just gonna switch enough and eventually it's back. Nothing is win at the moment. Bullet is bullet, wall is stop. Bullet is shoot. I guess as long as I get up there without losing the win, I'd be fine. If something is both wet and shoot, it doesn't care. There have to be two objects there. Hmm. Oops, didn't save again. Oh. If it's wet and push, it can't be pushed. I probably do that. That is much too fast. It's not. It's not enough. Could probably be high enough to do. It'd probably be high enough if it was one tile less. It's not gonna make it. Nah. I guess I really don't need shoot for this. Push would have been enough. And more precise. There you go. And I'm stuck. Of course. I did not mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. Bullet has to be wet as well. There you go. Okay. I'm not sure if there's a better way to set that up. It's like not that bad, but it's kind of precise. Would be slightly nicer with water, a little bit higher up. Or I guess the ground being a little bit lower down. Though who knows, maybe that's not even intended. Wouldn't surprise me either. The water is pull and wet would be nice, I guess, and that just wins, doesn't it? Ah, no, I need kid as pull. Pull does not work like it does on Baba. It's not the thing, or does it? Actually, no, I forget. If Actually, no, I'm not sure. I thought pull and Baba worked like push, but the object that can be pushed has to be push, and not the object that pushes. And I thought that works the same for pull, but I might be wrong now. Can't remember. Anyway, here it works differently, so I have to figure out something else out. Because this, yeah. Okay. I guess boxes push and pull. Okay. Right. Huh. I don't know why I thought that would work. I'm not sure about that bullet on bullet to get up, but other than that, that level seemed fine. Okay, not rock is push. Not bullet is not shoot. Not bullet is not bullet. Fruit is fruit and sink and not push. Wall is not push. Yeah. Wall is stop and not push. Fruit has egg. Egg near fruit is fruit. I see. I don't see. Why is something sink? Where's sink? Oh, fruit is sink. I am getting a bit tired. I should probably stop. I have done a lot more than way more than I expected to be able to do. Or not be able to, but more than I expected to accomplish. I should probably just stop. I beat all the 6 levels that I thought I had remaining before I found out 12 more levels. And that's honestly more than I expected. Why is this not yellow? Also, why did I start in the middle warp? Who knows? But you know, I'm tired and hungry. So I'm gonna, I guess, continue playing the game that now has 11 more levels I can beat. Yay. Maybe at some point it'll have an ending. Anyway, thanks for watching. I'm done. Goodbye.